Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. The stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Across the track, deep stretch, Hammer's bullet, big blue caboose. Hammer's bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of the Manitoba Lottery. From home, baby, Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys him in the 64th renewal of Manitoba Lottery. Narco, but Assembly Hall is gonna get it done in the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's gonna take the Manitoba Derby. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad trying to battle back, but Plentiful is the 16th pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money, he can't go allowing it. It's the unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 17 on the racing calendar. Let's take a look back at last week's racing action. We left off on Wednesday. Who was hot? Well, on the jockey side, jockey Jorge Carreño was. He had 2 wins on the card, as did Demario Bino. And on the trainer's side, it was Jerry Gorno who had 2 wins. And he's vaulted himself a little bit of daylight on top of the trainer standings. We've seen Tiger Dad winning a thrilling finish in the free press for older boys with Tiger Dad, Robertino Diodoro, and jockey Jorge Carreño, and just beat out Big Nick in a fast-closing Magic Tiger. 3 horses within a long neck. And what a great night of racing it was, Stretch. What did you see on the racetrack?
Yeah, last week we had 3 stake races, all very exciting. Lived up to the billing. We were both excited about the free press, and it was there. The betting handle was up. Thanks to everybody for that, meaning more money to be won and distributed, so we could split a little bit if we wanted. It wouldn't. You taking a bit of my winnings wouldn't be as much.
Totally.
The track played very fair again. Basically, you could close, but you couldn't be a deep closer. You had to stay in touch of the field. Some of the deep closers did manage to get second and third, but if you lose touch, it's very difficult to get up. And I'm going to give the track superintendent full credit. We had pretty much everything last week. It's some surprise storms. We had extreme heat at different times, and usually things like that you can end up getting the track either super fast or super slow, especially when it's extremely slow type of track, hard to handicap, and he's keeping it kind of very even keel, which is impressive. We've got another good week of racing, a little bit of a different challenges this week. You're gonna see if you've checked out the cards. I've already scanned the cards, and we've got the 2-year-olds coming at tomorrow, and a bunch of some maiden races today. So should be a fun week. Kirt?
Yeah, very interesting card today. Well, let's get right to it. It's going to take a while. We're going to start off with the $7,500 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance stretch. Who do you like?
Yeah, I think we're on the same page here. A good competitive race to kick it off. The 4 comes off a layoff, does make a significant drop. But if you look at Mike Taphorn, just his win percentage is such a high win percentage. That doesn't really worry me too much. He just knows where to spot them, and that's what the high percentages do. Also has some works coming in that been nice, steady work.
Stellar.
Yeah. So I think the horse is ready to run, and if it runs back to last year's races, those figures will be really tough to beat. And then my second selection, which even could have been my first, but I agree with Kirt on this. I think this horse figured it all out from 1 year of racing. You picked him last time, Kirt, I believe, on this. And why not? You saw something. I think the horse should improve. An improvement effort can certainly be right there. There's not really a ceiling yet for this horse. And then I'll go to the 1 as my third choice. I think it's between 3 and 4. I wanted to mention this 1. She should have won last time if she had a clean trip. One thing, though, just because a horse is a troubled trip doesn't mean you're going to bet them the next time. You have to understand how fast can she go in this case. I don't think it's quite fast enough, even with her current form. You'd have to improve to be right there. So I think she is improving, but I'm still going to go 4, 3, and 1.
Yeah, I'm with you on the top 2. Dot and Dash really impressed me last time out. Sat just off the lead, overtook it, and drew off to win really easy. Yes, it was only for this 7,500 at the maiden level, but the way the horse did it, it looks like a better horse than everybody presumed, as it did go off as 8-1 after that only 1 start as a 2-year-old. So I'm going to take it on top, as it has amazing form so far this year. Number 4, Daddy's Rare Edition, was at the maiden allowance open level and did win it last year. Then ran in an open non-2 lifer and ran a respectable 5th, beaten 3 3/4. Shows up in here, the lowest level it can drop to for the 7,500. And as you said, Mike Taphorn absolutely on fire. This is definitely the horse to beat. And I like number 6, Get Up Early. Didn't have much of a start last time out, just kind of fell right out of there, made a move and just tired late down the lane. We'll find these a little bit easier as they aren't wide open company back into the restricteds. So I think this horse, after running a big one first time out, and repeat. So I'm giving you 3, 4, and 6. Now we're carrying on to race number 2, a $5,500 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 7 furlong stretch. And wow, we both came up with the same one, a long bomb.
We did. I guess we see it the same way. I found the race kind of a tough race, just because, I think we can both agree there is going to be a fast pace early. Pretty much 5 of the 6 horses in here kind of like to be on the front end or better when they're on the front end. So I took the one that will not be on the front end, and that's the 1. So I found the closer. I thought that maybe this horse isn't at this class level, but when you're going to get a dream trip like this horse should get, I think it's just going to pick up the pieces late because the others will be coming back to him. So I think at morning line of 15-1, hopefully somewhere around there, because get the fireworks going early. See, we had fireworks on Saturday, fireworks tomorrow for the U.S. July 4th. So we're starting early, Kirt. Next, let's go to the 5. Let's go to the 5. This is the class of the race. Again, this horse has come off the pace a little bit, but hasn't been running that well. If it runs back to the July form of last year, I think this horse wins quite handily. It's just a little bit better and doesn't necessarily need a dream trip, just has that class. But I don't know, 6-5 or so is going to be just such a low price. Obviously, no surprise if he wins. And then I'll go to the 6. We'll start by avoiding this. It will not be a show or a place bet on the 6. It will be a win or nothing. I think this horse gets brave. He's won at big odds before. Those first 2 races, it's not even fair. It was a tough competition with lots of other speed. There is speed here, but he just sometimes gets going. When he gets the lead, watch out. If he doesn't, save him for another day. 156.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. 5 horses with speed. The 1 Captive Kitten, the only one without it. But what I really like about Captive Kitten is Antonio Whitehall in the turn, as the speed was backing up, he was just sitting there picking up horses and drawing off with the greatest of ease. Seems like this horse not only loves a route of ground, but is ready to go early. And with all the speed that is in here, it's not that you're only worried about 2 horses going to lead. You could have 3, 4, and any combination of them. So I think there's an insured fast pace in here. That's why Captive Kitten is my top play. Number 5, Rail Splitter, is very well spotted here. Was wavered for 5,500, sprinted first time, got beat by a horse who went up to the first level allowance and won. Now waited for a long race and is wavered in again, can't be claimed. So it was a perfect move, giving it that time off in between and getting the preferred distance. I think this horse is better than a lot of them in here. 2 really nice workouts in between, keep the horse fit. And to round out my top 3, I went to number 3, Drop a Caribou. The horse has won 3 in a row, has done absolutely no wrong, but gets a step up in distance, gets another a furlong today, going the 7 furlong distance, but hasn't done anything wrong. So I got to throw it in. I'm giving it 1, 5, and 3. On to race number 3, kicking off jackpot, pick 5 wagering with a $7,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go that 6 furlong distance Stretch. What do you like?
Okay, let's start with the 3. Basically, 2 starts here, 2 solid efforts. Actually, the last race, I thought the horse ran too good to lose. Did have a double duel last time, as it shows in the notes. Today, I don't think there's going to be as much pressure. And if there's maybe just a single duel, the horse can basically hang around. So I was just impressed with those last efforts. The others were closing. Because of the duel, I think Mesh might get loose and steal it. Then we'll go to the 4. Marky Well. This horse is 10 years old. It's probably lost a little bit of a step, but he can still run. He does need a duel, so that's what's up against him a little bit. And so if there's a duel and it backs up, you're going to watch for his kind of middle move, because I do like watching this horse's move, makes that move, and can take over. Then the 1, let's go to the 1, has back-to-back troubled trips. Good to watch the replay on this. I like that the horse is cutting back from 7 furlongs. Shouldn't be on the lead, but won't be that far off. And so because of the cutback, that's going to help the horse be kind of right in the right spot, especially if the 3 can't get the distance or somebody else goes after. Could kind of take over at a decent price. So let's go 3, 4, and 1.
Yeah, I ended up going to number 6, Golden Eye, just because this horse is taking the drop once again. Started off at the 2nd level allowance, was too tough. Came back in the 1st level allowance, ran a lot better, but hit a very tough Trumpum and Gray Admiral in there. Now drops another level to the 7,500. And I think will fit really well. If you look at number 4, Marquee Well, was also in the 1st level allowance, got well beaten in there, then was the favorite for 7,500, ran a respectable 3rd, only lost a photo to Little Toe late down the lane. So I think Golden Knight is a perfect example of the different class differences to the 10,000 claimers and the 75. So I'm thinking Golden Knight, I might get a price today. I'm thinking about 3 or 4 to 1, and I think that would be well worth value. I also like number 3, Little Toe, ran huge last time out. Can be the speed, trying to steal it. Marquee Well, no speed at all. This will be a horse sitting back, making a late charge down the lane, but I got those 3, 6, 4, and 3. Now we're carrying on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, going 5.5 furlongs. Another speedy dash stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to this race. You're right, lots of speed in it. All the horses coming from all over the place in the sense of class levels and dropping and going up. Let's go to the 4 as the horse that I think can potentially stalk a little bit. And when this horse does do that, the horse runs that much better. This horse tried to press Big Nick, and that's kind of tough to do. We saw that he lost. He's almost 2 for 2 in stake races. Lost by a long neck, maybe a nose, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, in the free press.
In
what
the
a
free
great
press
race.
for sure. Ran huge there. If this horse runs back to that last race, I think the horse should be extremely tough, and I think you're going to get a nice price. Obviously, the 7 is going to probably be the favorite. Should be the favorite. Deserves to be. Ran against some of the stake horses in here. Being on the outside, I actually think is not a bad thing in this situation because the horse just can battle out there and kind of keep going. You get everything you got from him every time. Needs, and because of the wide trip, has to be best in here because I think somebody with a good trip might beat him, but you can't leave the horse out. Let's go to the 1 as the 3rd selection. Ran huge race last time. Is again potentially a stalker, and kind of fits in there. Repeats, put them right there. Got to mention the 2, Kirt, just quickly. The 2 has been the favorite 12 straight races. I think it will finally end tonight.
Definitely.
But if he wins, you're going to get paid, and it'll probably add up to the total of all the payouts of his wins. But I just found it interesting. First time I've ever seen that. I'm going 4-7-1. Not taking the horse that's always the favorite.
All right, Stretch. I have the same 3 horses. I ended up going to Del Vecchio, the 7. Loves the 5.5 furlong distance. Is 1 3 out of 6. Taking the drop from the 2nd level allowance to the 1st level allowance. And that's going to be a huge difference for Del Vecchio. The only bad thing is every time Del Vecchio wins, I don't have it. And then when I pick Del Vecchio, runs a really good 2nd with a troubled trip. But I'm going to take him on top today, even with that outside draw. I think this is the absolute perfect spot. I also like Mr. McLean, another one who likes the distance. 4 wins, 4 seconds, and a 3rd, and 16 starts. Came out of a key race with Big Nick. The 3rd place horse came back to win. The 5th place horse came back to win. He hasn't started since, and that was just such a great race. I expect this horse to run the same kind of race. Has a good workout coming in. Nice freshener. 37-3. And the 1 My Noah. Wow, looked absolutely dynamite. Running down Jeff Fafa, who had it all his own. You like that, Stretch?
That was good.
All his own way on the front end, but My Noah stayed close, dug deep, went on by. This horse does have a lot of back class. Oaklawn Park horses doing absolutely dynamite here at the Downs, as they do everywhere in the country. So I'm giving you 7, 4, and 1. Now we're carrying on to race number 5, a $3,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going the 7 furlong distance, and we're shaking it up, Stretch. We have a little bit different.
We have a little bit different. It's funny you say 7 furlongs because I actually, a bit of a story time here, but I started handicapping looking at these horses thinking they're all sprinters, and then I'm about to make my picks, and sure enough, it's 7 furlongs. So
that's good to look at the top.
It is good to look. I've done that before. I was at the track here one day, and I'm looking at the 6 furlong stretch, and they're starting right in front of me. So not great. So not this time. They're going to start right in front. Take note of that if you thought it was a sprinter. Probably not. It's only me that looks at the wrong distance. Let's go to the 5. I thought this horse had a strange race last time.
Did it ever?
Yeah, broke slow, then decides to rush up the rail, presses on the rail, and then drops back and came again. You can call that the Z pattern. And I thought that this horse is a true closer. So instead of rushing up, so I think this horse is now going to basically get that stalking or closing type trip. And this horse, for some reason, had enough turn of foot last race to close. And I think Carino very good at having the patient ride and just kind of sitting back and make that late close. Has the back class to be right there. So that last race that he lost, it just wasn't totally his fault. Let's go to the 6 as a second choice, which is yours as well. Makes that drop a little concerned because it really hasn't shown too much, but it's hard to gauge when the horses it ran against are so good. And so just kind of out there, this horse has a win at the distance, got to use that. And then the last one I'll go is the 1, is a mid-price horse. Should get the rail trip. Fawner has run consistently at 6, 6.5, which is basically the same type of configuration at Fawner as ours to 7. So that might be good enough. Yeah, careful on my selections. Not quite sure. So let's go 5, 6, and 1.
Yeah, these are always wild races when you hit the bottoms. I ended up going to number 4, Anello. Most people will look and say, well, ran 4th in a 4-horse field. How can you like this horse? Well, for starters, it was in for 4,000 and not 3,000 first time out. So that's a bonus. The horse ran fourth, but didn't get beat by very much in the end. And it's not his preferred distance. He likes going around 2 turns. So that was the tightener. You look at Herbie, who just beat it in the photo. Well, Herbie had winter racing under the belt where Anello didn't and ran that good. I like horses like that. I think they're really improving in their very next start. Does have a workout since. Also another good thing. So if you're looking for bombs away, I definitely think this is it. I do like number 6, Lukenbacher, taking a big drop from 5,500, missing the 4,000, straight in for 3. They are going for the win. And this one did break the non-winners of the year, but that was for 2,500 at Fawner. The races for 2,500 or less are not considered. So that's why it is eligible for the 3,000 non-winners of the year. And Murdo, I seen the same thing as Stretch, that Z pattern. Horse ran a great race. Unfortunately, had to run it twice in the same race. One big sweeping move. I think this one has a big shot. So I'm 4, 6, and 5. On to race number 6, another allowance race. Optional $10,000 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up. They're going 7.5 furlongs. And again, Stretch, another great race.
It is. Some high-level talent in here, too.
I can't believe we came up with the same 3 picks.
Well, I got mine in early. You checked. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, high level. There's some very good horses in here. Let's start with the 7. 2 for 2 at the distance. I kind of took him probably on top because I bet him to win on both races. Really liked his first start coming from Tampa and made that move and got up last time, made the move, and really had to dig in last time. I think the horse should get another good trip. Shouldn't be that far back. It's not one of those deep closers. So we could win at 6. Now we're going to 7.5. That's just going to help him that much more. Also, look at how often this horse wins. You got to like horses that win as much as this one. And then the 8 is my second selection. Actually, I could have made this horse my top selection. I'm using them both equally on everything. Looked very good last time and then took over. Easily can win right back. And then I had to find a bit of the speed, and just in case, and that's the 3. Hasn't shown speed in the first couple races because it just couldn't with those type of horses in there. But if you look at the Turf Paradise races, when they're going the 2 turns, watch out, this horse can get the lead. And if somebody steals it, because both of our top selections are more of closers. So don't leave that one out. 7, 8, 3.
Yeah, I'm with you on the 3, but I went number 8, Gone Somewhere. This horse took the drop in class and won so easily last time out, going the 7 furlongs. I think this horse just loves going a distance, looks so relaxed, and made it look so easy. I got to go right back to it because it also came out of that Big Nick, Mr. McLean race, which you weren't going to beat Big Nick, who won the prep stake and then went on to run second in the stake. So Gone Somewhere, the same kind of run. Outside post position won't matter. Not a ton of speed in here. Great positioning. I think this is the one to beat. Exchequer needed everything for that win and held off Happy Camper in the final strides. But this horse brings it all every single time. Just like Stretch said, 12-time winner. How can you go wrong with a horse like that? Will fight tooth and nail to the wire for you. And Gallant Oak hasn't been showing that big punch late. Has been getting there, but just not showing it. But Gary Danielson, he's having a fabulous meet, and he always gets these horses running. It's well spotted. And if the speed does back up, or this horse could be the speed, like Stretch said, I think it's coming off it, but it won't be too far away. And if it can finally sit closer, big shot of winning. I'm 8, 7, and 3. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, a $7,500 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred maidens, 3-year-olds and up. Go 6 furlong stretch. And wow, we're a bit different.
Yeah, I expected this. It's not an easy race to finish off the night. I think there's many horses in here that have a reason to like, and then there's usually 1 or 2 at least that you don't like the horse. So you can't really take a stand on any of them. I'm taking a bunch in the sequence bets. Hopefully I've got enough of them. I do have all of your horses in there too. So let's go to the 5. This horse is making the drop from the special weight. Showed speed the last time in the Kentucky Jake race. I think that's just a little bit better speed, and as Kurt's explained, the classier speed seems to carry a little bit farther. Completely agree with him. I think at 15-1, dropping speed is always worth a shot. And then let's go to the 2 as my second choice. You've got a trainer change. The horse absolutely woke up last time and showed more speed than expected. And then you have a maintenance work coming in. So I'm thinking maybe they tried to figure something out. So even more upside. So I think this horse is some of the most upside. And then the 4, this is, of course, another long shot that this horse basically didn't get out of the gate very well and then made a late, after the poor start, really good gallop out. So if my horses are battling it out, I need that closer. That's the one. Let's go 5-2-4.
Yeah, Stretch, I had a real hard time with this race, but I think the key is the 6 furlongs. A lot of these horses have only went 5 and 5.5, but the 7 Wizard of Menlo Park, this one has gone 6 furlongs already twice this year, made its first start at the Downs, was fractious in the gate, and never really got a great break. Did make a belated rally, but the race was over going 5 furlongs. So now the horse has been here for a while, galloped on the racetrack. They're adding blinkers on today. I think there's a lot of pluses to this horse, so I'm taking it on top. I also like number 4, Keystone Cash. I love that same close that Stretch saw last time out with the good gallop out. There is speed in here with the 2 Shotgun 1, Timber's Legacy, the 5, the 6 I'm a Star, who also had trouble in the gate last time out. Even though I'm not picking it, this horse will run a lot better today. So with all that speed, I had to find another closer. Keystone Cash is it for me. And I'm taking number 8, Break On Through. A big race first time out at the 75 level. Went up to the maiden allowance, restricted. Didn't fare so well there, but drops back in for 75. We'll like these a lot more. So I'm going to give you 7, 4, and 8. Good luck with all your selections this evening. I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Card of Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Card of Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just some overweights on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, again, just overweights. Turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The lone overweight, the Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, over $265,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Again, a couple of overweights. Turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. There are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 6, our first of 2 classic high 5 races. There are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 7, our other classic high 5 race. Again, just some overweights. Another absolutely beautiful day for racing here in Winnipeg.
Yeah, so everybody watching, we have this weather. We never know what the picture is coming up. So,
okay.
And Kurt's never he always has something to say, and now he's kind of tongue-tied.
Yeah, I'm a little forked, it looks like. You think so?
Yeah, that is, everybody knows where it's from, but I don't know what picture it's from.
Oh, the American Gothic thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know either.
Okay. All right. Carry on.
All right. Under mainly sunny skies, the temperature 23 degrees Celsius or 73 degrees Fahrenheit. A light wind out of the west-southwest at 19 kilometers an hour or 12 miles an hour. And the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card of racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 19 minutes.
And they're off in the Manitoba Derby.
Field of nine set underway in the CC Derby.
And they're off in the Canadian Derby. Red Knots will take the Manitoba Derby.
And Walcott takes the lead with Great Escape.
Regal Bryant, Roland Road to ride. Regal Bryant will win the Derby.
And Great Escape winning the Canadian Derby.
And welcome everybody to Assiniboia Hounds. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP fan of the night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you're going to get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher, an ASD t-shirt, a trip up to the press box to come watch me call a race, go down and visit the horses in the paddock, and then you get to watch a race from the winner's circle and get a framed photo with the winning horse. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center located on the main level. They can answer all your questions about how to bet, and be sure to download the new app called Dark Horse Bets. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit and a free Dark Horse t-shirt. Scan the QR code on the front of the program cover or on any of the posters around the building to download the app now. Have a great night of racing. And welcome down to the paddock for race number one. We're kicking off this week of racing with a $7,500 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred. And our non-two lifers are going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, who do you like?
Okay, let's start with happens to be the favorite right here. That's the 4-horse. The first start of the year. I'm not too worried about that because this horse has had 5 steady works every 7 days, which I like that pattern. Ready to go. The drop would be the little bit of the concern, but as I said on the ASD Live show, Mike Taphorn is hitting at 42% this year. Just knows where to spot him. Maybe taking a bit of a chance, maybe a claim, but if runs back to any of those last 2 races especially, I think it's going to be very tough to beat.
Well, it could run back to the last 6 races, and it would be tough to beat. And those are flashy works. Those aren't just okay.
Yeah.
47-2 for a half mile. That is blazing. 101 for a 5/8 and 102. Guaranteed this one will go off as the post time favorite. I also like number 3, Dot and Dash. I threw out that 2-year-old race because the horse had some good works under the belt. Had that 102-4 out of the starting gate and the 101-4. And I really liked that. And Dot and Dash lived up to the billing. Got Lasix for the first time in the 3-year-old campaign, sat off the early lead, and then overtook it with the greatest of ease and drew off to win by a 4 1/4 length victory. You're thinking maybe, well, Chavi and Chow took off to ride number 5, Mighty Frisky, but he rides everything from Mike Nault. Michael Rowe has a small stable, so I'm thinking that's why Chavi and Chow is on the 5, Mighty Frisky. But what a great race by Dot and Dash. I think it can repeat.
Yeah, a real good point there. My third selection is the 1. This horse was probably the best last time. She is the female running against the boys in here. I mentioned on the show again that this horse should have won. This horse is improving. We've got 3 continuing improving efforts, but I think this horse has to improve even more to go to be the to winning this race. Just took a bunch of money, went from 9-1 down all the way down to 9-5.
Wow.
I guess everybody saw the same thing, but be careful. Just don't bet a horse just because of a troubled trip. Have to understand what their ceiling is or how fast they can run. But I would include it in my top 3.
Yeah, she got in a ton of trouble at the 3/8 pole, shuffled back, and was beaten by a horse dropping in from first level allowance. That was well beaten, but it still was a big dropper. I also like number 6, Get Up Early. The first start of the year was a good one as it ran against Jersey Shadow and only lost by a narrow nose at this level, then jumped up into the open company and on 2 and broke slow, made a big middle move, but then tired as Mia's Majesty was long gone on the field. Get Up Early will like these a lot better, and that's why he's getting bet at 2-1.
For sure. And now the current long shot is the 2 horse who went off as almost a co-favorite last time, showed speed, and it was clear that the horse needed a start, then has a workout coming in, so I think that horse is going to improve. Will be trying to go to the lead, is that much better on the lead. So this horse gets loose, may win it.
And the 5-horse Mighty Frisky. This horse was a winner at first asking, getting up in the final jump to beat Star, who tried to steal it, has 2 workouts since. So a duplicate effort puts this horse in the fray. Wide open first race stretch. What do you got for bets?
Okay, I'm just going to start with an exactor here. It's going to be a $5 exactor wheel, 3 and 4. Is it's between one of them, and then 1, 3, and 4 for second. Total $20. If you just want to do a $1 exactor wheel, it's $4.
And myself, I'm going after the pick 3. I'm taking 3 and 4 in here, 1 and 5 in the next, and rounding it out with 3, 4, and 6. That's $12, but I'm doing a $2 one for $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. Horse are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1 is Just for Charlotte, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 2 is Zippin' to Impress, owned and trained by Rick Wise with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Dot and Dash, owned by Beverly Leonard, trained by Michael Rowe with Dwight Lewis. Number 4 is Daddy's Rare Edition, owned by Harrington Stables, trained by Mike Taphorn with Neville Stevenson. The 5 is Mighty Frisky, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Rounding out the field is number 6, Get Up Early, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 1 in 2 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. We've got five boys, 1 girl in a highly competitive race going 6 furlongs. I thought the odds would be a little bit different. My top selection is the 4. This horse is a little bit better than this field if the horse runs back to last year's races. The really good workouts say he can. So you don't leave this horse out. 2-1 is a great value. Other ones to consider would be the 3. Great first race out. Seemed to figure out how to be a racehorse. That's 5-1. And the horse that took a bunch of interesting money is the 1. She'll be closing late. She's the girl trying to beat the boys. So I'll give you 4, 3, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I like the same top 2 as you, but in a different order. Number 3, Dot and Dash, ran a great debut race in the 3-year-old campaign, sat off the lead, overtook it, and drew off to win easy in there. I'm thinking the horse is going to do the same kind of race. There is some speed to go out and battle it out, and the horse will have first shot at the leaders. Daddy's Rare Edition, the 4, definitely the class of the race, and the 6, Get Up Early, ran big at this level in the previous start. I'm giving you 3, 4, and 6. Good luck here in race 1.
time.
Just for Charlotte. She'll be the first one to go in. Zippin' to Impress is now in. Dot and Dash will be next. The 7-5 favorite, Danny's Rare Edition. Walks up and in. Just 2 left to load. Mighty Frisky. And now just waiting on Get Up Early. To the outside. Dot and Dash a little fractious, as is Just for Charlotte. They're settled. They're at the post. And they're off. Getting away well on the outside. Get Up Early. Zipping to Impress. Also showing speed. And these two are going to battle it out early. Daddy's Rare Edition. Settled back behind them in third. Then it's Dot and Dash, Mighty Frisky to the outside. And Just for Charlotte, the early trailer, 7 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter, respectable 23 seconds. Get Up Early on the outside. Zipping to Impress is right on the inside, moving up 3 wide. Daddy's Rare Edition and Mighty Frisky making a 4 wide bid. Dot and Dash starting to pick up horses, and Just for Charlotte also moving 46 and 3 to the half, 2 across. And it's now Daddy's Rare Edition and Mighty Frisky. Daddy's Rare Edition with the lead by a length. Mighty Frisky back for second. A late bid by Just for Charlotte. But the favorite, Daddy's Rare Edition, is going to win by 5. Mighty Frisky second best. Third's going to go to Just for Charlotte, and fourth to Dot and Dash. The stewards are posted number 4, Daddy's Rare Edition. As your race winner, second goes to number 5, Mighty Frisky. Third to number 1, Just for Charlotte. And fourth to number 3, Dot and Dash. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 46 and 3. 5 furlongs, 59 and 4. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1, 12 and 4. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 1, that's number 4, Daddy's Rare Edition. Daddy's Rare Edition is a dark bay or brown gelding, 4 years old, by Edison, out of the mare Rareness by Scott Daddy. Owned by Harrington Stables, trained by Mike Taphorn, and ridden to unofficial victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12 and 4. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have removed the inquiry sign off the board. 4, 5, 1, and 3 will become official. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new Chase the Ace weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at just $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person at guest services or at the VLT cashier's cage on the second level. The draw will be made this Wednesday at 9 p.m., so get your tickets now. Proceeds do support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, Indigenous Languages of Manitoba, and the Manitoba Lung Association. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace ticket program. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2, a $5,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Let's take a look back at race number 1. Well, Daddy's Rare Edition lived up to the billing and ended up winning easy in the end.
Yeah, the class took over, and you just saw that the workout said ready to go and just kind of kept going. The 6 furlongs is always a tough ask first start, especially when you've got everybody else that has had a few starts.
Except for Mike Taphorn, it seems.
Except for Mike Taphorn, yeah.
All right, on to race number 2, Stretch. 5-2.
Yes,
Right now on Captive Kitten.
Our long shot is not much of a long shot. So, Julie, there we go. We got it on the 1. Both of us selected this one as thinking it was going to be our long shot, but I guess everybody saw the same thing we did. The angle on this one, if you bet this horse, you won't see this horse near the front. He will be at the back. He will probably be sitting in about sixth. And so hopefully they go fast early, and then it kind of sets it up because he's a closer, and that's what he did last time. And Antonio Whitehall gave him a great ride. Same type of ride. I think it's just going to potential the same result. Has to step up a little bit because it is a tougher competition.
Yeah, no doubt about this is a big step up, but it seems like the race sets up really well as the other 5 horses do have speed. We also like number 5, Rail Splitter. This horse is perfectly entered. As you see, it was a waiver first time out, which out of Assiniboia Downs, you got to get in the first book, which is pretty well the first 12 race dates. You have to start once, and then you have to start in the second book to use your second waiver. So if you didn't know that, that's a little info there. So Rail Splitter went 6 furlongs, doesn't like 6 furlongs, but I think that was a huge race against a horse who came back to win a first level allowance in its very next start. Now gets its distance around 2 turns, 2 nice workouts, half miles coming in. This one will be the one to beat.
Correct. Yes, that was good information. You were on a roll. I didn't want to interrupt because you were on a roll there, but great info. I'm going with the long shot. Is the way one speed horse could win it is if somebody gets loose and the others are just chasing, and this is the type of horse that does that, and that's the 6. He did win at Moosomin Downs as a big favorite, but when he's won here, he's usually been his one win was a big price. He always has this dirtied up form that kind of doesn't get the lead and quits. Well, that's this type of horse is. He gets the lead and he's really tough, and if he doesn't, he'll be near the back.
Well, that's kind of like when he won going 7 furlongs last year. June 29th, went 6 furlongs, beaten by 10, showed a little speed. Well, for 75, got beat by 15 after showing speed. So maybe he can get out there, and if he does, he will be tough. Another horse to look at, number 3, Drop a Caribou, has done no wrong since coming from Woodbine over to Assiniboia Downs. Broke the non-2, non-3, and non-4 conditions all in a row and looked good doing it each and every time. I don't think this horse will be right on the pace, but could be, as it does have really good early speed, but it just shows a willingness to make a big move. So expect it to be there at the head of the lane. It is doing a class jump up to the 5,500, wide open now that he's out of his conditions, but he has that Tom Gardepy freshening up work in between 5 furlongs, 104 and 1.
And it's been very successful this year for sure. Let's go to the 2. It's going off at 7-2. I think it's maybe a little bit low, but here's a good angle here on this one. Normally this horse is a bit of a sprinter. Last time showed a lot more speed, trying to chase Not Afraid. That's not a good idea. But I think if this horse was stalking and got a stalking position, certainly could end up somewhere in the money. Belongs at this level for sure.
Yeah, and another horse to look at, number 4, Mr. Walsh, banged it out on the front end and succumbed to that, ended up running 6 feet and 14. Will have to run an off-the-pace race today if he's going to be his most effective, but not sure what Mr. Walsh is going to do, but is dropping from 10,000, misses the 7,500, and goes in for 5,500, and Jerry Gorno has been on quite the roll. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2, Stretch. What do you have?
Well, I'm trying something a little bit different here because it's such a tricky race. We're not sure who's going to the lead. We're trying to figure it out. So, 20 to place on the 1 because that's the closer. I know what he's going to do. I've got to throw $5 to win on the 6 because he's going to go off at over $20. If he gets the lead, could be right there. So, total bet 25, 2 separate bets. Just need one of the 2.
And myself, I'm going 10 win, 15 place on number 1, Captive Kitten. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 2. We'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horse are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $13,200. Number 1 is Captive Kitten, owned and trained by Victoria Morse with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Dino, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 3 is Drop a Caribou, owned by Black Diamond and Kenneth Lee Gardepee, trained by Tom Gardepee Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 4 is Mr. Walsh, owned and trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Rail Splitter, owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 6, Himmelstein, owned by Goose Racing, trained by Shelley Brown with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 2 in 2 minutes. As this is race number 2, it's our HBPA Manitoba best turned out horse, and that is number 2, Dino. Number 2, Dino, the HBPA Manitoba best turned out horse here in race number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, as this is a 7 furlong race, this is the closest that the starting gate will get to the grandstand. Please feel free to collect along the chain link fence and watch the exciting start of a live thoroughbred race. And if you don't want to go down there in race number 2, we will have one more in race number 5.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. The boys going 7 furlongs. It's going to be fast to the turn. I'm going to look for a horse that's going to be sitting at the back of the pack and try to make that late run, and that's the one, Captive Kitten. Not happy about the price. It's a little bit low, but I guess everybody sees it the same way. The current favorite is the 5. There's a lot of back class that this horse ran in. can go onto the lead, gets is dangerous, was on the front end, but can also come off. Watch out if the class kicks in. The long shot of the field that has an outside chance that it's going to pay boxcars, that's the 6. He only knows one way. It's right to the lead. He will be going fast outside wide. See if he can keep going. Let's go 1, 5, and 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 1, Captive Kitten. The 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, they all possess early speed. It's whether they use it or not. Captive Kitten has absolutely none. We'll sit back and try and pick up all the pieces. Rail Splitter, I think this is a perfect spot for Rail Splitter. This is a classy horse that doesn't like sprinting and ran a big race. And number 3, Drop It Caribou's looking for 4 wins in a row since arriving from Woodbine. So I'm giving you 1, 5, and 3. Good luck here in race 2.
It's post time.
Captive Kitten, first one in. Dino is in. Drop a Caribou getting a little extra help from the gate crew. Now locked away. Mr. Walsh walks up and in. Just 2 left to load. The current favorite at 2-1, Rail Splitter. Now just waiting on Himmelstein to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling a bit at the start was Drop a Caribou, but recovers nicely and is on the front with Himmelstein to the outside. Settled in on the rail in third is Dino. Captive Kitten secures the rail. 3 wide is Mr. Walsh. And the early trailer will be Rail Splitter. Only 2.5 off the lead. It's Drop a Caribou through an opening quarter in 25-1. And now Mr. Walsh gets the lead and opens up by 2. Drop a Caribou back to second in between horses. Settling down, that's going to be Dino. 3 wide, Himmelstein. Captive Kitten secures that rail, and it's just sitting there, and Rail Splitter is ready to make a big wide move. A sped up half mile in 49-1, and Rail Splitter just explodes on him and grabs the early lead. Captive Kitten behind horses in a world of trouble. Rail Splitter with the lead. Dino in between horses. Now Captive Kitten has found a hole. But Rail Splitter got away and is up by 2 with the 16th of a mile to go. Captive Kitten has more to offer. These two, Rail Splitter hangs on for the win. Very close. It looked like Captive Kitten in second. Third's going to go to Dino, and fourth to Himmelstein. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 25-1, a half 49-1, 6 furlongs 115-1. Time for the 7 furlongs 128-1. Results of the photo show number 5, Rail Splitter gets the win. Second goes to number 1, Captive Kitten. Third to number 2, Dino. And fourth to number 6, Himmelstein. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 2, that's number 5, Rail Splitter. Rail Splitter is a bay gelding, 6 years old, by Bodemeister, under the mare Ghost Flower by Ghost Zapper. Owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 7 furlongs, 27-1. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover is over $265,000. And we would carry on with the changes on the rest of the evening, but there's none. No changes in race 4, 5, 6, or 7. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering here in race 3. They go to post in 18 minutes. Well, if you're new to Assiniboia Downs, check out the 140 VLTs located on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is also the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up here in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you're going to win the whole jackpot, which is more than $265,000. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $5,500 was number 2, Dino, claimed by Monique Goulet, trainer Will Taranjo. Also claimed for $5,500 was number 3, Drop a Caribou, claimed by Rick Lowe, trainer Mike Taphorn. And welcome back to the paddock for race number 3. We have a $7,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Let's take a look back at race number 2. Well, Rail Splitter got the job done, but Captive Kitten better put a couple stars beside that one. What a rough trip to the head of the lane. Finally split horses and one jump away from going on by.
Yeah, it was good to see how he just exploded once he got out, and Antonio just kind of got stuck. The rail a lot of times opens up. It didn't open up.
Opens up 19 out of 20 times, but unfortunately, that was the 1 in 20.
But also full credit to Cumberbatch on the 5, made the big move, opened up, and just timed it at the wire to hang on. So he gets full credit. A lot of good rides. The race did not go how we saw it going.
No, not at all.
But that's how it goes sometimes.
Okay, on to race number 3 here. Stretch, a big favorite, 1-2 on Little Toe.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be as big a favorite. It is my top selection. Pick 5 is going to go flying over 300,000 if you're the only ticket, and so hopefully it'll be my ticket. But anyway, let's get back to who's going to win this.
I don't think so. I think I'm getting it today.
All right. A lot of early money. This horse has ran 2 good efforts. Both races, won the first one, looked good there. The second race ran just as well, didn't win, but actually battled 2 different horses that tried to duel, and they fell back, farther back. I always like to look at when a horse duels with somebody else, where do the 2 dueling horses finish? This one ran a tough second, and the others were 4th and 5th farther back. I don't think there's as much pressure. Could get controlling speed in here. Doesn't have to have it, but if does, watch out.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Little Toe ran huge last time out. I'm going to go to number 6, Golden Eyed. Here's a horse that started off at the second level allowance and didn't run very well in there, but that race was tough as nails. Came back in a first level allowance. The speed ended up going away and running and hiding on him, but now gets a drop down to the 75 level. And we always say there's big differences in a lot of levels at racetracks. Ours is one of them. Golden Eye dropping in from the first level, 3rd start off the layoff. This horse loves Assiniboia Downs, was 6 for 7 in the money. Besides those 2 starts this year, I'm expecting a big effort today and forward in the race. Top 3 sitting.
Yeah, I agree with you. You look at this level last year was right there, wins races, so you don't have to worry about that. And it is a big drop. Getting 11-1, there's your value. The other value horse right now, I think, is the 4, Marky Well. does need a bit of pressure for it to come backwards. He runs the same style as the previous race on the 1. Will make that late close, likes to make that middle move, and that's where we're looking for. Last race he got it, didn't get up. Needs to improve a little bit. You get a jockey change, which sometimes this horse needs kind of a wake-up call, and watch, he'll be making a move on the turn.
Yeah, another horse to look at in here, number 2, Heavenly Trip, has only started once here at the Downs, but ran a really good race against Big Endeavor, and Big Endeavor jumped up to the first level allowance and ended up winning it and running really well after that race. Heavenly Trip has 2 workouts since then. I just don't like that this horse missed a race and now coming back at 6 furlongs, does get an extra furlong, which definitely would have helped last time out as the horse was still coming down the lane. But I wouldn't throw this one out, and you're getting good odds at 11-1.
Yeah, that's fair. I like that it was 2 workouts, so that makes it even better. My third selection, it's a bit of a troubled trip line here, and that's the 1. Even with a workout, probably didn't need one, but it's only going to help. Broke a step slow, as it says, then rushed up wide, pressed, and then just got tired going 7. Now cuts back, so it goes 6. We've already had a couple winners in the last week do this angle. 2 back, ran a nice race closing late on Danza Rebel, who's is a good horse for that level. I think could get the right trip, stalking trip, and 9-1 is more than fair value.
Yeah, number 7, Dazzling Mischief. You're getting 6-1 today. Was the favorite at this level, first time out. Ran 4th, beaten 4 3/4. Then came back against Little Toe, the 3 and the 4, Marquee Well. Was right behind the speed, but didn't show much after that. This horse will have to try and reverse its form, but the way it ran last year, it was solid at the 55-75 level. So I'd give this horse another shot with the better price.
For sure. And the other dropper, and it was probably going to be the long shot, is the 5. Dropped last time, didn't show a lot, but it just has this back class. It can wake up, was in the Manitoba Derby last year. So there is form there. It's just a matter of if he's going to wake up, and if he does, you will get paid.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3 stretch. Jackpot pick 5 time. All right, a couple of tickets for you.
Couple of tickets, taking a chance. Yeah, lots of numbers. I'll read the first one. Kind of the key of it here is keying the 3 with 147, with 156 in the 5th, 3, 7, 8, and then a whole bunch 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Reduce the second ticket of just taking 1, 2, 3, 4 with 147, 156 with 7, 8 with 2, 4, 5. That's lots of numbers. Take a look at it on the screen. Much easier.
I think you might have to take a picture of that one.
Yeah, I think so.
And myself, I'm taking 3, 4, and 6 in here. Then I'm keying the 7, Del Vecchio. Then I'm taking 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 3, 6, 7, and 8, and rounding it out with just 4 and 7. That'll cost $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3. We'll see you back for race 4. Horse on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $14,800. Number 1 is Lucky Luke, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson. with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Heavenly Trip, owned by Black Diamond Racing Stable, Lynn White and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Little Toe, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 4 is Marquee Well, owned by Jared Brown and Lucky 8 Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Demario Bino. Number 5 is Gold Special, owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Golden Eyed, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Praven Badri. Rounding out the field is number 7, Dazzlin' Mischief, owned by Garth Grider and Violetta Adamchuk, trained by Jared Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering kicks off. Here in race number 3, they go to post in 2 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Boys going 6 furlongs, kicking off the pick 5. This time I'm trying to jump on board on the favorite in here, and that's the 3. He's run 2 back-to-back really good races, and when you're the controlling speed, it makes it that much tougher, unlike the last race. I think this horse can go right to the lead and not have the pressure and kind of keep going. Others to consider, that's the 4. This horse has won a lot of races at ASD over the years. He always closes late, and a bit of a price horse at 8-1 is the 1. Could be a rail trip. Maybe he's the upset to beat the 3, but I'm going to give you 3, 4, and 1.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm taking a shot in here. I agree with you that the 3 is controlling speed, but number 6, Golden Eyed, has been racing against better. Takes the drop down from the 10,000 to the 7,500. This horse does have good tactical speed, and I'm expecting him to stalk the 3 and pounce on him late. And I do like number 4, Marquee Well. We'll be near the back and making a big late charge at the end. I'm giving you 6, 4, and 3. Good luck here in race 3. Lucky Luke, the first one in. Next up, Heavenly Trip. Little Toe, the current 3-2 favorite, is now in. Gold Specials next. Golden Eyed walks up and in. 2 left to load. Marquee Well. And now just waiting on Dazzling Mischief to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Little Toe, as expected, goes out to grab the early lead. Lucky Luke to the inside in second. Golden Eyed, 3 wide, now engaging Little Toe, 4 wide. Dazzling Mischief, a length and a half back. That's Marquee Well coming up the rail with Heavenly Trip. And your early trailer was Gold Special. 23 seconds, the opening quarter, and it's Golden Eyed and Little Toe. They're battling it out. Settled in behind them, Lucky Luke to the outside. Dazzling Mischief, Marquee Well in an all-out drive. Then it's back to Heavenly Trip and Gold Special. They pass the half mile, 46 seconds. Little Toe and Golden Eyed. Marquee Well switches to the inside. The far outside, Lucky Luke. Marquee Well now takes over as the leader. Little Toe back to second. Lucky Luke coming late, but this is Marquee Well getting it done. Lucky Luke second best. Third's going to go to Little Toe, and fourth to Heavenly Trip. The Stewart's supposed to number 4, Marquee Well. As your race winner, second goes to number 1, Lucky Luke. Third to number 3, Little Toe. And fourth to number 2, Heavenly Trip. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 46 seconds. 5/8, 59 and 1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112 and 2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 3, that's number 4, Marquee Well. Marquee Well is a chestnut gelding, 10 years old, by Elusive Warning. Out of the mare Bird in Excess by Bird on the Wire. Owned by Jared Brown and Lucky 8 Stable. Trained by Jared Brown and ridden to victory by Demario Bino. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112 and 2. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. There's also no changes in race 4, 5, 6, or 7. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. And we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Roseanne Beardy. That's Roseanne Beardy. Congratulations. You're our VIP Fan of the Night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End. Well, be sure to join us for the Manitoba Night Market and Festival that takes place Sunday, July 23rd, featuring food trucks, artisans, vendors, beer gardens, kids' activities, live music, and much more. Tickets are just $7. 5 and under are free. Go to asdowns.com for more information. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with allowance optional $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're only going to go 5.5 furlongs. Let's take a look back at race number 3. Well, Little Toe wasn't the loose speed. My Horse Golden Eyed looked them in the eye, but both of them ended up backing up in a great ride by Demario Bino to scoop on by and get the win.
And that's what we said with Marky Well. If you get the duel, this horse can still, even at 10, can still make a move, and that's his patented move on the turn and then keep grinding away and keep going. They usually don't pass him once he gets to the lead, and that's what happened. Yeah, the race, the winner made sense if you got the duel. I just didn't think there'd be that much pressure, but there was.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I took him in the second spot. But his 10th win here at ASD. On to race number 4. I think there's maybe a little speed in here, Stretch.
There is a little bit of speed in here, and so let's go. Let's go with finding the 4 as my top selection. There's a few reasons why. I think let's start with the horse first time out tried to press Big Nick. We've talked about how good this horse, stakes winner and second place in the 2 efforts. Gone somewhere, the horse that this horse beat came back and won the next start.
Which you can see in race number 6.
Correct.
As the 8 horse?
Yes, correct. I think if this horse can just stalk and kind of take over, that's how he can win. I like when he has done that. I don't want him caught up in the duel because there's a lot of pressure out there.
Yeah, there's no doubt there's 3 horses that really like the front end. That's the 2 Not Afraid, the 5 Fresh One, and the 7 Del Vecchio. I did go to number 7 Del Vecchio. I'm kind of liking the odds right now at 5-1. This is a horse dropping from the second level allowance, which it ran second to Stay Happy, and then lost to Mr. Dazzle and Brody's Streak, and just lost a photo for third, but ran really huge in there. Del Vecchio usually has to have the lead, but if this horse really wants to throw it down, I think he can go 22 flat. That outside post won't hurt, and Tom Gardepie and Ronald Alley, they've been a force to be reckoned with.
Agree. I like him as well. 5-1. I don't think you thought you were going to get that. That's for sure.
Definitely not.
Let's go to my third selection, and that's the one. The horse came from Oaklawn Park. Beat a decent field. The figures on that race are right there. This is where this horse certainly belongs. Again, another one that can stalk if he wants to. Last time was right there just because he was so good and kind of took over. I think you You don't want to leave this one out, even though it's moving up against some tougher horses. You're getting 4-1. I think that's about the right price.
Yeah, beat a really good horse last time out. Another one to look at, number 5, Fresh One. Was fresh, coming from Will Rogers Downs. Hit $7,500 claimers. Hit the front end, and there was no looking back. Easily went wire to wire. Was claimed out of that event. And Fresh One coming back off a little bit of rest. This horse does really like to win and has run a lot of good races in its last 6 starts. Has yet to be worse than third. And his 5.5 furlongs, I think, would be perfect. Wouldn't really surprise me if this horse ran huge.
Oh, for sure. And so let's talk about the strange favorite, or not the strange. It shouldn't be strange because
Not 2 in a row.
Not Afraid is the 2 horse. And as mentioned on ASD Live, this horse has been the favorite 12 straight races against various different fields. That does not happen too often. Right now, it could be 13. Is that a lucky number? And unlucky to be 13 times as a favorite. Anyway, this horse...
Depends who you talk to, I guess.
I guess so. I can understand why they're betting this, because the efforts were rock solid, toyed with the field in both starts.
Especially last time, was loose speed in there, and Tim Tarasenko had him tied right down, but that's not going to happen today.
Yeah, and then the other thing, you could say that he was kind of got the most speed, but there was other speed in that race. So it wasn't like a coast for this horse to get the lead, but he got it so easy and just kept going. So we're going to see what happens, what he's made of. Looking forward to see if he can make the jump up in class.
Another horse to look at, number 6, Crown Royal, won the allowance non-2 lifer to start off 2023. And then hit this allowance condition the last 2 times. Shows speed in both of them. And this horse does have speed because Sir Deputy, that horse showed blazing early speed in his next start, only to get caught very late down the lane in the stakes race. And then last time out, the horse showed speed once again, but then faltered. This 5.5 will be better for Crown Royal. But with all the speed, I'm going to have a hard time backing him in here.
For sure. And then the last one, which happens to be the long shot, but you kind of have to be careful. This horse, that's the 3 horse, has 3 wins at the track here a few years ago, way back in 2020, then went to Century Mile last time and won at big odds over $76 going gate to wire. I don't know if the horse can go gate to wire in here. I think the horse would have to come off the pace. Clearly needed that first start. I would think after the first start, the horse should improve a little bit, but we'll have to improve a little bit more to be competitive with the rest.
Yeah, and I think they'll have to adopt a little stalking style, because if it wants to go bang heads, I just don't think it's going to work out too well. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, let's play a bit of a bigger pick 4. A little unlucky last week on a couple things, but
definitely we're unlucky going into the last.
Yes, it happens. A little unlucky racing luck, but here we go. 1, 2, 4, and 7 in here. I didn't want to leave out the 2 just because he's running so well with 5, 6, with 7, 8. Hopefully I get there because I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Total is 96. If it's a little high, join some friends. And then this has been working well all year. My horse I like, I usually throw it to place to pay for the ticket. 24, place on 4.
And myself, I'm taking 4, 5, 7 in here. Then I'm taking 4, 5, and 6. 3, 6, 7, and 8 in race 6. And then I'm keying the 7.
Oh, bold statement.
In race number 7. Yeah, an impossible race, but why not?
Why not?
$36 ticket. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4. And we'll see you back for race 5. Horse on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is My Noah, owned by Let's Dance Stable, trained by Mike Taphorn with Praven Badri. Number 2 is Not Afraid, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Number 3 is Rollin' Sevens, owned by Roll the Dice Stable, trained by Murray Duncan with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Mr. McLean, owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Sanderson with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 5 is Fresh One, owned by Stashes and Stables, trained by Fred Rawson with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Crowned Royal, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 7, Del Vecchio, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Ronald Alley. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, starting right here in race 4. They're going to post in 2 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 5.5 furlongs. That can make a difference. The speed horses seem to can last 5.5, 6 is a little tougher. Let's go to a bit of a price horse. This is the 4 horse, Mr. McLean. I think this horse can sit just off the pace. Is dropping against a tougher field. There's no big nick in here. Stalking trip, had the start over the track. Will be right in the mix for sure. The horse I thought was going to be the favorite, that's the 7 on the outside, Del Vecchio. This horse tries every time and keeps going. And then the current favorite, which I didn't think would be, My Noah. Big first race coming from Oaklawn Park. Should get a trip along the rail. Wide open race, but I'll give you 4, 7, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I do like number 7, Del Vecchio, taking the drop from the second level allowance. This will be class relief, going down to the optional 10,000 first level allowance. Has big speed, the 5.5. Perfect for Del Vecchio. I do like the 4, Mr. McLean. Everybody who came out of that race seems to win. And the 1, My Noah, I'm in agreement, 6-5, but the horse did run huge. I'll give you 7, 4, and 1. Good luck here in race 4.
post time.
Noah, the current 2-1 favorite, first to go in. Next up, Not Afraid. Rollin' Seven's turn. Mr. McLean now walks up and in. Fresh one going in. Just 2 left to load. Crown Royal. And just waiting on Del Vecchio to the outside. Not Afraid, fractious in the gate. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, that's Mr. McLean. Showing some early speed with Not Afraid. Now taking over as the early leader. Pressing 3 wide is Del Vecchio. Sitting in behind them, Fresh One and Crowned Royal. On the fence, My Noah, and the early trailer, Rollin' Sevens. They went the opening quarter 22-3. Not Afraid and Mr. McLean still battling it out with Del Vecchio making a smart move 3 wide. Sitting right in behind Crown Royal and Fresh One. Then it's My Noah and back to Rolling Sevens. They hit the head of the lane. A short lead for Del Vecchio. Not Afraid fighting back on the inside, but Del Vecchio has the lead, a 16th of a mile to go. A late rally from My Noah, but this is all Del Vecchio getting the win. Second's going to go to My Noah, and third to Mr. McLean. The stewards opposed to number 7, Del Vecchio, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, My Noah. Third to number 4, Mr. McLean. And fourth, number 6, Crown Royal. They went the opening quarter 22-3. The half 45-4. 5 furlongs, 58-2. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105. Now entering the winners enclosure, the official winner here in race number 4, that's number 7, Del Vecchio. Del Vecchio is a bay gelding, 7 years old, by Wears the Ring, out of the mare Briar's Flash by Hurricane Center. Owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr., and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105. Race 4 is official. In the upcoming 5th race, there are no changes. Our VIP Fan of the Night race, kicking off the late pick 3 here in race 5. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this $3,000 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year, they're going to go with 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4. Well, all the speed was there, Stretch, but a really good ride by Ronald Alley on DeVecchio this time. He didn't force it up there to go battling. He sat just a little off and then took over at the head of the lane.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was hoping for, and that's why I didn't mind. We both didn't mind the outside post, because sometimes if you're a speed horse, you get stuck on the rail and you got to go. Just a super ride. The 4 battled every step of the way and tried to come back on just to get beat late, so it shows how game that horse is too.
Definitely. Okay, on to race number 5, and it doesn't get any easier.
It does not get any easier, and you can look at the betting board that there's a slight favorite, but Julie, let's go to the 5. Yeah, look at that. She's always on the ball, isn't she?
She is.
She is. There we go.
More than us.
Well, that's why they have to help. They have to help us out all the time. The
Oh, they
production crew.
definitely do.
All right, let's go to the 5, who I think is a true closer. Last time had a troubled trip, broke a step slow, and then rushed up, pressed, drop back, came again. This horse is, you just look at the Fawner Park races, this horse is a true closer, or I think so anyway. And so if this horse can just sit back a little bit, make that move that it did back on April 22nd, that puts this horse right in the mix of things. This horse is slightly better than this level. Actually, you called it earlier on this horse has a win, but it doesn't count because it was for too low of a price.
Yeah, it was at 2,500, so anything under 3,000 is not considered or doesn't count.
Correct. But that was a pretty good field. I know some of those horses in there. And so this is, for me, basically kind of a drop in class from that race. So top selection, 5-1, definitely value.
Yeah, I like that horse too, but I'm taking a shot on another one. I went to number 4, Anello. Currently getting 10-1 on the board, the co-longest shot. How could I like this horse? Ran 4th in a 4-horse field, but Shooting Money was just so much the best in there. There was only 3/4 of a length between Warbridge, who ran 2nd, and Anello, who ran last. And this horse, I don't think likes sprinting. Looks like it likes going around 2 turns way better at Grand Prairie and Lethbridge, their B circuit. This horse had some good stalking races in there. If it throws that September 10th race, sitting just off the leaders and making a run, I think this horse has a big shot to win today. Gets its distance, has a workout since, came off a decent effort. I think a lot of things going for it at a big price.
For sure. And both of our second pick, and it's understandable why we kind of both put the 6 as our second selection, hasn't shown that much in the 2 races here at ASD, but was running against some classier competition.
Well, even thinking about Rail Splitter there, second last race, only lost by 2, and we've seen Rail Splitter win today.
Great comparison. So that's why it's good to kind of make notes of where horses are winning or running second, because it doesn't show up if they ran a nice second at a higher level. I think this horse can be in a stalking trip, has a win at the distance, runs back to those races from a year ago at Louisiana. That puts him right there. Has the talent to certainly be there. 3-1 is about that's actually a fair price.
And one of the horses that has been showing speed every start, that's number 7, Towards the Light. Ran a good start first time out. It was a compact field of 4, but in the comeback race, the horse showed speed and then tired late down the lane to get beaten by 3. Not a lot of experience going around 2 turns, only 1 try at the 7 furlongs, and it was a second place effort. But I think Murdo's going to show a little speed, Otani, Herbie Can, and even Anello. So I don't think Towards the Light's going to get a loose and easy lead. So that's going to work against him in his current running style. But if he does some of those off-the-pace races, might have another shot.
Yeah, for sure. And my third selection is the 1. I thought this horse is going to get a nice rail trip. They are only going 7. Remember, it's fast to the turn. You don't want to get hung out. You lose too much ground to the inside horses. The couple races at Fawner I really like. Same kind of format, 6 and 6.5 is the same track configuration as our 7 furlong. So we know this horse can handle the 2 turns. 9-1, that's a nice upset price for me.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 8, Two Steps Faster. This is the only girl against the boys in here. Two Steps Faster ran absolutely huge in the second outing, losing to the loose Gold Diggin' Darlin'. And then last time out, Harlan's Commission made a power move in the turn, opened up 6 or 7 lengths, and lasted for an easy victory by 4.5. But Two Steps Faster was much better than the rest of them. I think she wants a distance for this horse. That's why she's in here. But definitely, I wouldn't throw her right out as she's running well.
Yeah, she's always in the mix. And the last one is the two kind of not so good efforts at this same level. Does have a workout coming in. You look, doesn't show on the past performances in the last year, but has a win at the distance.
And you left out Herbie. There's still one more. Herbie ran a good third last time out after pressing the leaders. This is an 11-year-old. It's made a lot of money, almost $175,000, and just got a little tired late. Was off a few months in between starts. I think this horse will be a bit better, but I don't think is a big, strong play for win. But another one, Sanderson's doing really well with his horses. Only missed the board once in 8 tries now, so you got to throw it in your tries. All right, Stretch, what's your bets here in race 5?
I'm going to do an exactor box. I really like these two horses, the 5 and 6, so I'm making it a $15 exactor box, 5-6, which is a total of $30. A little more aggressive. Maybe you make it a spend $4, $2 exactor box, 5 and 6.
And myself, I like a long shot, so I'm going to take that 4 horse and take it with all in the exactor, and then I'm going to take all with the 4. $1 wheels will cost you $7 each for 14. I'm doing $2 ones for 28. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5. We'll see you back for race 6. Horse on the track for race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Silver Maker, owned by MGD Racing, trained by Jim Donnelly with Arthur Badu. Number 2 is Otani, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Herbie, owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Anderson with Sven Balro. Number 4 is Anello, owned and trained by Bill Kinch with Praven Badri. Number 5 is Murdo, owned by Keno Martin, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Jorge Carreño. Number 6 is Lukenbacher, owned and trained by Jerry Gorno with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 7 is Towards the Light, owned and trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 8, Two Steps Faster, owned by Wendy Anderson and Keith Wright, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Kicking off a late pick 3. Here in race number 5, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. 7 boys, 1 girl going 7 furlongs. Great race if you're here to watch the starting gate. Let's start with an evenly bet race. I'm going to start with the 5. I like this horse quite a bit in the sense of showed us such a good last race. It showed that it had to drop in class. This horse has that back class. Should get the nice trip. If it runs back to races at Fawner Park, watch out, should be there getting paid. Another one that's also dropping in class, that's the 6. Should wake up with a much easier competition, and my long shot would be the 1 going off at 8-1, gets the rail, shortest trip around. Pick it up 5, 6, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, it's Reg. I'm going long shot hunting. I went to number 4, Anello. Anello did run 4th last time out, was beaten by the huge favorite, Shooting Money. That was for 4,000. Now drops in for the 3,000 non-winners of the year and gets its preferred distance. I do like number 6, Lukenbacher, for 2nd. Also taking a big drop. And number 5, Murdo. Weird trip last time out. A better trip can get it all done. I'm 4, 6, and 5. Good luck here in race 5.
Post time!
Silvermaker, the first one secure into the starting gate. Otani now goes in. Next up is Herbie. Anello walks up and in. Murdo is in. Lukenbacher will be next. Just 2 left to load. Towards the light. And the current favorite at 2-1, 2 steps faster. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Kind of squeezed out was Lukenbacher early from the far outside. 2 steps faster, away well, but on the rail, Silvermaker challenging for the lead. In between horses, Anello, 2 steps faster, 3 wide. We got 3 lengths back to Herbie. On the outside towards the light, another length to Otani, 3 more to Lukenbacher and Murdo. The trailer about 10 off the lead. 24-4 the opening quarter. And Silvermaker up by a length and a quarter. Anello patiently in second. 2 steps faster in third. Moving up as a pair, that's Herbie. And towards the light. Settled back behind them, Murdo catching up with Lukenbacher, and Otani is the trailer. The half 48-4. Silvermaker with the lead. On the far outside, making up ground, 2 steps faster. They hit the head of the lane, and Silvermaker still hanging on the inside towards the light. In between horses, 2 steps faster, and Murdo coming with a late run, but this is in the books. Silvermaker is gonna get it done. Second best is Murdo, 2 steps faster in third, and towards the light, finishing fourth. The Stewards of Pulse, number 1, Silvermaker, as your unofficial winner. Second goes to number 5, Murdo. Third to number 8, 2 steps faster. And fourth to number 7, Towards the Light. They went the opening quarter 24-4, the half 48-4, 3 quarters 114-4. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of our VIP Fan of the Night race. That's number 1, Silvermaker. Silvermaker is a big gelding, 6 years old, by Empire Maker, out of the mare Silver Colors by Mr. Greeley. Owned by MGD Racing, trained by Jim Donnelly, and ridden to victory by Arthur Badu. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128-1. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. There are no changes. Classic high five wagering here in race number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had a claim to report. Claim for $3,000 was number 5, Murdo, claimed by Wanda Hicks and B&J Stable trainer Shelley Brown. welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this allowance optional $10,000 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5. Another great ride. Arthur Badu taking advantage of the inside and pushing out to the lead and turning back all challenges.
Absolutely recognize that there was no pure speed, and just we were kind of guessing. You thought the 4
Towards the light would show speed, and Nella the 4, which it did.
Show speed for sure, and he just was aggressive and kind of kept going. And like I said, at Fauner had some competitive races made sense. And then the 5 made that late close, kind of got shuffled back. There's a good example where the deep closers. It was unfortunate because what happened.
It became a deep closer because of the traffic out of the gate.
And that's what happened, why the horse could only get second. So,
all right, on to race number 6, a nice wide open race. Stretch. Who do you like?
Yeah, we've been
we settled on the same 3.
We did settle on the same 3. I'm going to start with the 7. 2 back-to-back races. The first one was going short and just toyed with the field, then moved up to same condition as this one, got the duel in front and made a nice game move and kind of kept going. Shelley Brown claimed it, but Antonio is back, which I really like, that he knows this horse quite well. Probably didn't want to give up the mount. And he does need a bit of a duel, but not a big one, because this horse sits relatively close. Those races at Tampa, the figures are so good, and wins races. Got to go back to him. 5-2 is the morning line, and that's what he is now.
Yeah, definitely. This horse has been running lights out. I also like number 8, Gone Somewhere. Gone Somewhere ran into Big Nick first time out, but in the comeback race, ran awesome for 7,500, stalking the speed, overtaking it. And this horse was in cruise control, winning by 2 1/4 lengths. Yeah, it does draw the outside in here, but this is 7.5 furlongs, so you get more of a run up to that first turn. I think Gone Somewhere will get good positioning. Once again, a good workout coming in. A half mile, 51-1. And I'm just loving the odds right now at 10-1.
Yeah, for sure. There's your overlay on the board, I think. We both also took the 3 as our third selection. This horse could run one of 2 ways. One, it came off the pace the last 2, which is quite impressive, because normally the horse is pretty close to the lead. I'm hoping that the way this horse could potentially win is goes right to the lead. Take a look at the races at Turf Paradise in the winter here, and gets controlling speed. Watch out. Who do you think might go with the 3?
I think the 4 horse is going to show speed. Pop Oscar Whiskey ran a good race for 10-3, and then dropped into a non-2, which it was eligible for, and made quick work of those. Is going to be against much tougher today, but since it's been showing speed at 6 furlongs and usually running a route of ground, I think it'll be forward in the race.
And if the horse is forward in the race, obviously a bit of a shot. We've seen last race, the horse get battle and keep going. Who's another one?
Number 5, Last Renegade. Here's a horse that might get overlooked a bit. Ran a great race last time out, lost the photo to number 3, Gallant Oak. And this horse was showing good races pretty well in the whole form this year. Has been in the money 6 out of 10 times. Did win going a mile. It's non-3 lifetime condition. And this horse will sit perfectly. And you're probably going to get about 7-1 in the end, which it currently is now.
For sure. And the dropping, another dropper in class, kind of a big dropper in class, is the 6. And if you take a look at the competition, that is some pretty good competition that it's raced.
Is it ever?
Yeah. And so 2 back ran a nice race. I like how they rode, Badri rode that horse last time, kind of sat in the weeds and made a late move. Same thing could happen. That is some quality competition, and your 5 length rule is in effect from 2 back. That last race, if you look at the winner, just didn't belong in that race. He was too good.
And the other allowance race was won by Del Vecchio, taking the same second level to first level drop. Another horse to look at, number 1, Browning Island. Browning Island really didn't show much first time out, but did get in a bit of trouble early. Here's another one who could offer speed to the race now that they are stretching out. But with that inside draw, we'll get positioning. And Demario Bino has been a little bit of a long shot rider this year.
He has been, and he's already has a win today. So here's the Invader, which happens to be the long shot. Not sure what we're going to get here. That's the 2. The key we've talked about, Century Mile horses can run well, or it's hit and miss. What I do like about this one, all the workouts this spring and now summer have been at ASD with the sharp blast work. If it runs back to those allowance optional claimer at Century Mile going a mile, I think this puts this horse right there.
Yeah, and a really sharp work coming in. That last one out of the gate in 101-1. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 6. Stretch, what do you have?
Okay, I'm going to try another $5 exactor wheel here. This is a wheel. I should have done that in the last race, but that's okay. Moving on. 7-8 with 3, 6, 7, 8. $5 one is 30. If you did a $1 one, it would be $6.
And myself, I'm going after the tractor. I'm taking the 8 on top with the 3, 5, 6, 7. With the 3, 5, 6, 7, a $1.12. I got a $2 one for 24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6. We'll see you back for race 7. Horse on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Browning Island, owned by Devin Gittins and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Demario Bino. Number 2 is Provocative Prince, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Gallant Oak, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Praven Badri. Number 4 is Papa Oscar Whiskey, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Sven Balrup. Number 5 is Last Renegade, owned by Winnie Anderson and Keith Wright, trained by Winnie Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 6 is Warrior's Map, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Number 7 is Exchequer, owned by B&J Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 8, Gone Somewhere, owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Classic High Five Wagering. Here in race number 6, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. The boys going 7.5 furlongs, a little bit longer than last race, so you have a bit more time to get over. I've gone to the 7, who is a light favorite. This horse has been running big. He won't be on the lead. He's going to sit just off. He's got a nice move along on the outside, is what I expect on the far turn, and keep grinding to the end. A nice long shot is the 8. This horse won big last time. Repeat effort puts him right there. The horse that's going to be right close to the lead, I think, would be the 3. That could be the other upset. Great betting race, but I'll give you 7, 8, and 3. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I do like the 8 gone somewhere. What an easy win last time out after dropping out of the allowance. Now moves back up, has a great running style. Will always have the leaders in contention, and I'm loving the 7-1. I also do like your 7X checker. Ran huge in the last 2 outings. Expected to do it again today. And Gallon Oak will be a late rallier, and maybe even throw in number 4 or number 5, Last Renegade. Currently at 8-1. I'm giving you 8, 7, and 3. Good luck here in race number 6. Provocative Prince, the first one, getting help into the starting gate. Gallon Oak walks right in. Next up, Papa Oscar Whiskey. Last Renegade's turn. Warriors Map goes right in. Exchequer, the 2-1 favorite, is in. Now just 2 left to load. On the outside, Gone Somewhere. Now just waiting on Browning Island. Browning Island will get a little help from the gate crew. He's now in. They're at the post. And they're off. Gallon Oak shows a little bit of early speed, but so does Papa Oscar Whiskey, who now takes over as the leader. Gone Somewhere stalking on the outside in second. In between horses, Warriors Map. Gallon Oak settled in on the rail in fourth. Browning Island in between horses in fifth. Then it's Exchequer in sixth. A gap of 2 more back to Provocative Prince. And last Renegade, see 'em all. About 9 off the early lead. 24-1 the opening quarter. And Gone Somewhere. Now the leader by half length in between horses. Papa Oscar Whiskey. Gallon Oak secures the rail and engages those 3. And Warriors Map now going 4 wide through a half in 48-2. Exchequer now making up ground. Browning Island falling out of it. And last Renegade starting a rally from the back, taking over Warriors Map as they hit the head of the lane. Gallon Oak to the inside. A late rally from Exchequer, but this is Warriors Map with a 16th of a mile to go, is gonna win by 4. Gallon Oak second best, third to Exchequer, and fourth the last Renegade. The stewards will post to number 6, Warriors Map, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Gallon Oak. Third to number 7, Exchequer. Fourth to number 5, Last Renegade. And fifth to number 4, Papa Oscar Whiskey. They went the opening quarter 24-1, the half 48-2. 6 furlongs, 113-1. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 133-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6. That's number 6, Warrior's Map. Warrior's Map is a bay horse, 6 years old, by Liam's Map, out of the mare Warrior's Maid by Holy Bull. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Arthur Badu. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:33 3. Congratulations goes out to jockey Arthur Badu, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Arthur Badu. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Another classic high 5 race. There are no changes. Classic high 5 here in race number 7. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine, just $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $7,500 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred maidens going the 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 6. Warriors map, the allowance, second level dropper. The first level gets it done and easily.
Yes, and that's the theme today. And this is the time of year where horses drop and you don't worry as much. It's at the end of the meet when they're dropping and they've kind of run out of gas.
That's where you're guessing.
Correct. Where these ones, the trainer and owners want to win, and the horse just didn't belong in that class. That competition was just a little too tough for Warrior. And then, so now in the right spot, good ride.
Great ride by Arthur Badu, getting a couple today.
Yeah, very good. Let's keep it going.
Okay, on to race number 7. We brought the dartboard. This is a tough one.
This is a tough one. You're alive in the pick 5, which is nice, to the 4 and the 7. So some decent payouts decent payouts across the board for pick 4, pick 5. We just I constructed the tickets a little incorrectly. I've got
Hey, that's been me
I was just going to say
I've got the horses, but I can't put it together.
I was just going to say I've got the Kurts.
Yeah, okay, I'll give that to you. Yeah.
It's not a good thing to have.
No, it's not a good thing at all.
Yes, back away. Okay, anyway, here we go. Julie, let's find my top selection. You found it already, of course, and I went to the 5. Another dropper, a dropper from maiden special weight into a claimer. That's always a big sign because the owners and trainers thought this horse was a little better than maybe originally expected. Had a couple starts. The first one ran against Private Frank, who's a monster. The next one ran a little bit better and got the lead. And Kirt made a good point. They're going 6. This one at least went 5.5, and yes, it did tire and lost by 11. But that was a pretty good field for the maiden special weight Manitoba bred. So I'm going to give this horse one more shot and see what we can get. We're getting 5-1. I was hoping for a little bit more. I think the betting's going to be evenly across today.
Oh, I think so too. I like number 7, Wizard of Menlo Park. Came by way of Century Mile in Alberta. Never got a great break out of the gate. And this is a horse that likes to be forward in the race. Did rally down the lane. Dot and Dash was just much the best. Was beaten by the 2-horse and the 4-horse. But they add blinkers on today and a better break out of the gate. I think this one will be forward. It has 2 6-furlong races already this year, so I think has a bit of a fitness advantage also.
Yeah, that's a good point. And if there is a bit of a battle and these horses struggle a little bit to get the distance, lightly raced too. So I'm going to go to the 2 simply because of the big improvement. That showed a little bit the first start, but nothing special. And then the next race got the lead, battled, and kept going. And now you get a trainer switch and a workout coming in. Nothing special on the workout, but I think if the trainer's gets the horse for the first time, he's going to try a little, work extra hard. Many of these trainers have a bunch in their barn. Jared does. Now he gets a new one. I think he's going to try to figure something out, and I see improvement on this horse. And jockey's looking for 2 or 3.
Second one.
Second one, yeah.
Another horse I like, number 8, Break On Through. Did well at this level first time, only losing by a length and a quarter. The comeback race jumped up to the maiden allowance, but that was just way too tough, as it only beat a couple of horses. Now that it drops back, should be a good stalker in here. And there's a lot of horses that offer a little bit of speed in the race. The 2 does, the 5 does, the 6 and the 7. Even throw in the 9, Royal Commando, who has some. So Break On Through might just get a pretty good trip sitting right in behind.
Yeah, and then you're going to give me credit on taking the 4-horse or talking about the 4-horse.
Sure, why not?
All right, thanks. We both have them on the board. I could have had them up a little bit farther. Didn't have, as it says in the charts there, broke a step slow, absolutely true. Was a little far back, and then finished with run. And so that's what I like. This horse was going 5. I think once we go 6, it's going to be that much better. Great gallop out. As your top selection is a bit of a closer, that's what this horse is too. Gets that distance, starting to learn to run, and maybe today's the day at 9-1.
And the 6-horse, I'm a Star, first time out. This horse ran a really, really good race, and now we know it was even better, as the horse that did beat it was Mighty Frisky. who came back to run second today in the non-2 condition. Last time, though, Star acted up in the starting gate, and it really doesn't say that, but that's where you got to take some notes on that. Not that I take notes, I just use my brain, which is kind of scrambled, but did get in trouble. If you watch that replay, the horse went up a couple times, and the way it ran, it didn't run its race. Expect a better effort today, and 9-1, you will get rewarded.
And you mentioned I did put the notes on that horse because I don't have
I
don't have your memory. Let's go to the one horse, first time starter here, going off at 8-1. I'm going to tell you that only two first time starters have won this year. 2 of 23 this year.
Wow,
but you have to tune in tomorrow for Stretch's math class on all sorts of first time starter stats. That's all I'm giving you. 2 for 23. This horse is getting bet. It's a little bit under the morning line. Even works. I would have liked to seen a longer work, but just that might be what he won. Elton Dickey is one of the trainers that does have it. So there you go. Yeah. Anybody?
And the last one to look at, number 3, Sugar Daddy Jack, was the beaten favorite last time out. Sat in behind the speed. Really didn't make any kind of a rally late. Maybe that horse just needed one more start before it shows its best, but 5-1 on the board. Again, a wide open race. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, what do you have?
I'm going to play one of my try wheels that have been successful last week at a nice one. So 2-4-5 with 2-3-4-5-7-8 with 2-3-4-5-7-8, 36.
And myself, I'm going after the tractor. I'm taking both my horses in the pick 5, 4-7-4-7 with 2-5-6-8. And I'm doing the wedge, 4-7 with 2-5-6-8 with 4-7, $8 each, $16 total. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 7. We'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. So on the track for race number 7, they're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Carrie's Nonios, owned by Tom Payne, Larry Falloon, and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Praven Badri. Number 2 is Shotgun 1, owned by Cam Ziprick and Charles Fulliard, trained by Jared Brown with Demario Bino. Number 3 is Sugar Daddy Jack, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Sven Balrup. Number 4 is Keystone Cash, owned by Sylvia Harabchak, trained by Devin Gittins with Siobhan Bell. Number 5 is Timber's Legacy, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Ama's Star, owned by Christy Desjarlis, trained by Ryan Desjarlis with Jorge Carreño. Number 7 is Wizard of Menlo Park, owned by Norm Suderman and Colleen O'Hagan, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 8 is Break On Through, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Tim Tarasenko. Running out the field is number 9, Royal Commando, owned by Christina and Oslin Bell, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Classic high five wagering here in race number 7. They'll go to post in approximately 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 6, we had a claim to report. Claim for $10,000 was your race winner, Warriors Map, claimed by John Gannis and Jared Brown, trainer Jared Brown.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Boys going 6 furlongs for horses that have never won a race lifetime. That means they're maidens. Wide open, challenging puzzle here. You can check out the odds board. Let's start with the 5 going off at 10-1. Makes a drop in class, showing speed last time. It's all about if somebody in this field could get loose and just kind of keep going. That's what happens on these fields. If there's a battle, that's another story. Let's go to the 2 is 9-2 odds. Showed big improvement. I think there's an improvement there. If that gets the lead, maybe. The deep closer that's getting great value, that's the 4. Slow start, finish with a big gallop out. Extra distance might make the difference. Kirt, it's 5-2-4.
Yeah, Stretch, I went to the favorite here, Wizard of Menlo Park. The horse didn't get out of the gate last time out, and that cost it. Blinkers on today. The horse is the only one who's gone 6 furlongs this year and has done it twice, so I think that's a big advantage. I do like the closer, Keystone Cash, and throw in number 8, Break On Through, who drops back to where he was successfully 3rd. So I'm giving you 7, 4, and 8. Good luck here in race 7. Carries Nonios, the first-time starter, will be the first one in for the nightcap. Shotgun 1 ready to go in. Sugar Daddy Jack is next. Keystone Cash walks up and in. Timber's Legacy set to go in. Emma Star's turn. The current 9-5 favorite, Wizard of Menlo Park. Just 2 left to load. Break on through. And just waiting on Royal Commando to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Royal Commando. Showing some good early speed with Timber's Legacy in between horses. Shotgun 1 is on the rail. Also in the fray, Wizard of Menlo Park. And to the far outside, Emma's Star 4 across the track. Sugar Daddy Jack watching the action 5 lengths back. Another 2 to break on through. Settled in on the rail, Keystone Cash. And well back to Carries Nonios. Emma's Star cuts the opening quarter in 23-1 and has the lead by a length and a half. Wizard of Menlo Park in an all-out drive from second. Shotgun 1 on the far outside in third on the rail. Timber's Legacy, the half 46-3. Emma's Star with a short lead on the outside. Shotgun 1 trying to get through on the rail. That looks like Sugar Daddy Jack, and Sugar Daddy Jack is gonna take it. Second best, Emma's Star. Third's gonna go to Shotgun 1, and fourth to Wizard of Menlo Park. The Stewart's posted number 3, Sugar Daddy Jack, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Emma's Star. Third to number 2, Shotgun 1. And fourth to number 7, Wizard of Menlo Park. And fifth to number 8, Break On Through. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 46-3. 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 1/5. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 7, that's number 3, Sugar Daddy Jack. Sugar Daddy Jack is a dark beer brown gelding, 3 years old, by Nonios, out of the mare Nickel Candy by Silver Deputy. Owned and trained by Shelley Brown and ridden to victory by Sven Balrup. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14-1. Number 3, Sugar Daddy Jack, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Larry Falloon. And upon this maiden-breaking win, Sugar Daddy Jack gets a blanket presentation from the CTHS. I'll now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. But now, those on hand, head to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour. Bye.